Я еду по Москве, как Majestic КП. Ты не могла летать, я покажу, как делать это. Давай потратим все, давай ведем ладой. Мне хорошо кому, но думаю, что мне лучше с тобой.
Добрый вечер, дамы и господа! Мы с радостью приветствуем вас на трибунах Международного центра бокса в столице России, где прямо сейчас под ваши аплодисменты мы начинаем вечер профессионального бокса IBA.PRO 14! Bad Boom IBA.PRO 14! Шоу представляют IBA Challenger и промоутер Ал Сиеста при масштабной поддержке Международной ассоциации бокса и лично президента IBA Умара Кремлева, а также ведущего автодилера России Рольф. Генеральный партнер турнира – компания Bad Boom. Дамы и господа, сегодня нас ожидают 7 зубодробительных поединков с участием ведущих российских боксеров, которым будут противостоять опасные соперники со всего мира. Ну а в главном событии вечера нас ожидает противостояние двух ведущих боксерских школ планеты России и Кубы. 10 раундов в тяжелом весе проведут опасные нокаутеры Larduet и Murad Khalidov. Дамы и господа, прежде чем первая пара боксеров поднимется в этот ринг, представляю официальных лиц. Супервайзер Федерации бокса России Олег Агеев. Супервайзер Международной ассоциации бокса Максим Чертыковцев, Молдова. Судьи и рефери Алексей Козлов, Сергей Летунов, Ираклий Малазония, Сергей Журкин и Дмитрий Болдырев, все Россия. Из Сербии Мария Петкович и Валерий Пастухов, Молдова, а также из Армении Баграт Абаян. Хронометрист турнира Валерий Виргунт, Россия. Врач турнира Виктория Гамеева. Итак, дамы и господа, представляю вашему вниманию первый бой вечера. 6 раундов в полулегком весе. И прямо сейчас приветствуйте на пути в черный угол ринга из Душанбе, Таджикистан, Mijgona Samadova.
And a very warm welcome everybody to IBA.PRO 14. That was our MC Alexander Sadokov with the introductions. I'm Andy Clark, I'll be your commentator for the evening, and this is our opening fight. 6 2-minute rounds in the featherweight division. Mijgona Samadova making her way to the ring. We saw her box in Istanbul in July where she beat Pune Kundabama-Zandarani. Clearly, over the 6 rounds, she's boxed at 3 World Championships in IBA competition, got to the quarterfinals in Niš about this time last year and made it to the Paris Olympics, but lost in her opening contest. This is our first event since the World Championships in IBA.PRO 13, where of course we saw Murad win that WBA World Heavyweight title with a stunning knockout against Khugaev.
А сейчас, дамы и господа, добро пожаловать в золотой угол ринга из России, Daria Abramova!
And making her way to the ring now, Daria Abramova, 35 years old, much decorated as an amateur, a silver medalist at the World Championships, a gold medalist at the Europeans in 2016, 2 silvers aside from that as well, the most recent in 2020 for a European youth gold medalist all the way back in 2008. So this IBA.PRO debut, and it's been a long time coming, you might say. As I say, 35 years old, making her debut.
Итак, дамы и господа, это 6-раундовый поединок в полулегком весе. Рефери боя Мария Петкович, Сербия. Представляю соперниц и первой боксера в черном углу. Ей 27 лет, официальный вес 57,2 килограмма. Сегодня она дебютирует на профессиональном ринге, но она бронзовый призер Азиатских игр и чемпионата Азии, участница Олимпийских игр в Париже, представляющая Душанбе, Таджикистан, Mijgona Samadova. Ее сопернице напротив 35 лет. И сегодня она также дебютирует на профессиональном ринге. Но за ее плечами невероятный бэкграунд в любительском боксе. 8-кратная чемпионка России, чемпионка Европы, призер Европейских игр, бронзовый призер чемпионата мира из Щекина, Россия, Дарья Abramova.
So Abramova boxing out of the gold corner in the white, and Samadova in the black, boxing out of that black corner. Maria Petkovic, our referee for this one.
Boxers, listen to my commands. Keep your head up, no holding, no low blows. Touch your gloves.
And she boxed well against the Kundaba Mazandarani in Istanbul in July. Samadova, it was a pretty comprehensive victory actually for the fighter from Tajikistan, and a chance again here for her to really make a mark on a big platform. And she's in the black there in the southpaw stance, and Abramova in the white setup orthodox. And she does just like to hang on that back foot a bit there, Samadova, and can tend to be quite a reactive fighter, but just inching in with that front foot there. Abramova looking to try and close in quite early on. I mentioned the World Championships earlier on, and we got plenty of fighters in action who we saw there. The Men's World Championships back in December, Evgeny, Kool, Edmond, Khudoyan, David Surov, all medalled as part of that very impressive Russian team. A little bit clumsy there, Abramova, just trying to let that right hand go from distance. And lost her feet really, the feet crossed, she came forward, and fortunately for her, Samadova wasn't in a position really to counter all that effectively. Final 30 seconds of round one.
Stop! Gold, no stepping on toes. Box!
Well, the stepping on toes is going to be an occupational hazard with an orthodox fighter against a southpaw. There's not too much either of them can do about that. Same kind of mistake there from Samadova. Threw that left hand from a long way out. The feet crossed and she came quite square as she came forward. These two
Slapping gold. Slapping. Stop!
have similar flaws when you look at them in that first round, when they really look to commit to those attacks. The technique goes out of the window slightly.
Боковой проходит, левый боковой.
Секунданты за ринг.
Step back. Step back.
Второй раунд.
Box!
So into the second. A Decent looking attack there from Samadova. Again, committed to it through that left hand. Managed to catch Abramova with it. Abramova steps in, throws that right hand into the body and just caused a little bit of a stutter step there from Samadova, who was forced to give a touch of ground. And she's looking for that right hand all the time, Abramova, and again just throws it there. That's a kind of right hand lead. The weight comes over that front foot. She really leads with the head as she throws that right, and if she could just wait for her to do that, Samadova, because she will do it, and then take that little step back and catch her on the way in, then that could be very profitable, I think, for Samadova. She almost just needs to stay exactly where she is, and that was it just there. You don't have to wait too long, and Abramova will commit, and when she does commit, she throws those big kind of wide winging punches, and if you can respond with straight shots, then you're going to find the target first. And just there, she backs up and gives the ground there, Samadova. A little step off to the side maybe, or more, half a step back. And she can make her pay for that as she comes forward there, Abramova. These 2-minute rounds really do just fly by, heading into the final 30 seconds of round 2. There wasn't too much in that opening round. I would say that Samadova has picked the better punches in the second round. Again, neat looking jab there, but then the jab comes from Abramova and that caught Samadova. And she really does let that right hand go when she throws it, Abramova. Well, there goes the bell at the end of the second. Combination there from Samadova. Nothing really got through all that clean, you wouldn't say. But that's the punch she looks for. Dips, throws that right hand. There was decent technique to that one because she just got close enough. She just had her feet close enough. But often she'll throw it from too far out. Almost got hit with a kind of backhand, the back of the glove there from Samadova. Into round 3, this scheduled for 6 on IBA.PRO 14, live from Moscow. The start of what's going to be a big year for the IBA with these shows. Some big plans. And finished last year on a high, of course, with that World Heavyweight title fight and a good card all the way through. And a huge win for Murad against Khugaev, courtesy of that stunning knockout. Just slid his feet in through the left hook, round the back of the guard of Khugaev, who up until that point had been boxing well. He was in front at that stage. And down he went and tried as he might to get back up Khugaev. He just couldn't quite do it. And it was a huge win on the night for Khugaev.
Holding. Step back.
Two just ending up on each other's shoulder. The 1-2 was aimed there by Samadova. Little feint with the front foot, and again there from Samadova. Abramova once more just in and out, and then steps in and lets that right hand go. And if you're Samadova, as I said previously, you know that's coming. You know it's coming. And if you just wait for it, and then little step off to the side, half step back into the side, and just try and catch her as she comes in. Nice left hand to the body there from Samadova, then hooks on the move. And a decent jab as well. So at the midway stage here, 3 rounds down, 3 to go.
Четвертый раунд.
Box.
So into the second half of the fight, Abramova of Russia in the white, Samadova of Tajikistan in the black. This is an IBA.PRO debut for Abramova, a second fight for Samadova.
Break.
And just catches her with the right hand there as she came in to throw her own right, Abramova. Samadova trying to throw her own left hand. The feet came square and she walked in quite tall, but Abramova unable to take advantage of that. Nice body attack there from Samadova.
Step back. Box.
Slightly laboured look about Abramova now.
Stop.
Just wanders in behind the lead hand there, and I just wonder whether this longer duration is beginning to tell on her slightly. In the amateurs they do 3 threes, of course, 9 minutes, and this is 12, but it's different. You've got the head guards off.
No holding. Box.
Slightly smaller gloves, and of the two, Samadova does look more at home in there. Again, just throws the 1-2 there. The jab got through semi-clean. The left hand didn't particularly. A little bit of a wrestle on the inside. Closing stages of round 4. Abramova just trying to force things a little bit here. Gets caught by a lovely left hand there from Samadova. That was a really well-picked punch, and this, from what I'm seeing, is going her way. There's not a huge amount in these rounds, but I think from round 2 onwards, she has been the better fighter. She's picked the better punches. Abramova, I would say, needs a big finish here in rounds 5 and 6.
Пятый раунд.
Box.
Heads almost coming together on the inside there. Left hand just thrown by Samadova, and then as she moved in, Abramova was coming forward as well. A good use of the jab. Nice sharp snaking jab there from Samadova, and immediately just moves in behind it.
Head up. Box.
Just trying to measure that right hand, but didn't let it go that time, Abramova. I think she's become slightly hesitant because she's been clipped often enough when she's tried to open out by Samadova. I think she needs to put everything into these final 2 rounds here, Abramova. 2 phases of attack if necessary. One to drive her back to the ropes, because she has tended to go back in straight lines, Samadova, and then another one just to get back on top of her.
No holding. Stop. Box. No holding gold. No holding. Stop. Black. No holding. Box.
Right hand landed there from Abramova.
Break. Stop. Box.
Closing stages of round 5. Not much in this round. Again, she's always winding up for that right hand, Abramova, and it's easy to see it coming. You can see the tell on it. You can see her just dip off, lean off to her right hand side to wind up for it. And then the bell goes at the end of the 5th. So just one to go here in this opening fight of the night. There's that left hand. It didn't land all that clean. It was around about the wrist really, and then the jab. And in terms of clean punches that landed in that round, there weren't too many. A right hand got through there from Abramova in the middle of a bit of windmilling really. I feel like she's got herself in front here, Samadova, but she's away from home, and there's not been much in some of these rounds.
Финальный 6-й раунд.
Box.
So the 6th and final round, Abramova of Russia in the white, Samadova Tajikistan in the black.
Break.
And again, there's that right hand. And she did the right thing that time, Samadova. She just managed to step back and off to the side slightly, which left her within range as Abramova came wading forward. Because you have to give yourself some room. You just don't want to give yourself so much
No holding. Box.
that you're not within punching range. And again, the head's almost coming together there. There was a left hand round the back of the head, I think, which kind of dragged Samadova down a bit there from Abramova into the final minute of round 6. And there's that short right hand lands as Abramova was taking too long really to try and line up that right. And she's trapped the arm there of Samadova. The referee gave them a chance to work it out and then broke them up.
Stop. Go. Head up. Box. No holding.
Left hand from Abramova. Delivered really with the inside of the glove, and this has got messy in the second half of the round. It's been quite messy as a fight from the start really. They've ended up on the shoulder, heads almost coming together a few times.
Box.
I think both of them have really kind of struggled with their range. Again, the head's very nearly cracking together right at the end of the fight there. Bit of frustration there, I think, from Abramova. There goes the bell, and Abramova wasn't too interested in the embrace there. She's celebrating Samadova, and I feel like she's done enough. I thought she picked the better punches from the second round onwards. There weren't all that many clean punches landed in some of those rounds. A rather rueful look from the gold corner there, but what did land clean was landed by this fighter. We found it difficult to come to terms with Abramova's kind of marauding style, but often enough she managed just to find a bit of space and an angle to catch her on the way in. Second outing in IBA.PRO, and she was good when we saw her on a big occasion in Istanbul back at the start of July, and it looks to me like she started the year well here. Again, boxing out of that away corner. So just waiting for the decision. Our MC is in place.
Итак, дамы и господа, прежде чем прозвучит имя победителя, давайте поблагодарим обеих спортсменок за этот яркий и динамичный бой. Победу в котором единогласным решением судей одержала из черного угла Mijgona Samadova.
So Samadova gets it by unanimous decision, and that is absolutely correct. Of the two, she adapted the better, picked her punches the better, and as I say, that's two big wins out of the away corner for her now in two IBA.PRO fights, so I'm sure that we will be seeing her again. She's taking her opportunities, and that's really what this is all about. That's what the sport is all about. It's particularly what IBA.PRO is all about, because Alcantara looks to make good even matches. And if they like what they see, if you spring the upset, it doesn't mean that you'll never be invited back. Quite the opposite. You want fighters who are going to come with ambition. And she certainly does that. And that's a big, big win against a decorated Russian fighter. And next up, we will see Evgeny Kool, who I've seen a lot of in the amateurs over recent years. Got a silver at the World Championships in December. Lost a good final to Asadullaev, Khugaev. He's up against Jonas of Namibia.
Итак, дамы и господа, это Бэтбум IBA.PRO 14, и мы продолжаем. На очереди 6 раундов бокса в полусреднем весе. И прямо сейчас добро пожаловать в черный угол ринга из Намибии Jonas.
So next up, a contest at welterweight, and this is Jonas of Namibia. 4 fights, 3 wins, 1 draw. This is his first fight outside of Namibia. He's had a couple of tight squeaks. His second and third fights he won by split decision over 4 rounds, and drew his last one. That was in November against Jonas. So difficult to take too much from the record. He hasn't had vast amounts of experience, and he's up against somebody in Evgeny Kool, who is boxing in IBA.PRO for the second time tonight, but who has been boxing at top international amateur level for years and years and years. 22 years old.
the square. Keep peace legacy floating in the air. We don't just win, we dominate the scene. The undisputed kings forever we're supreme. Let's go! Established 2015, still the best. Can't win the boxing promotions. Ring the bell. It's fight night.
I'm certainly enjoying his introduction to the ring.
И прямо сейчас, дамы и господа, приветствуйте на пути в золотой угол ринга. Из Анапы, Россия, Евгений Kool!
Russia had a sensational Men's World Championships in Dubai in December. An enormous medal haul, and Evgeny Kool was one of those fighters. He got that silver, losing a good final against an excellent fighter in Asadullaev, Khugaev. I remember seeing him for the first time at the World Championships in 2021, and he looked good there, but he just hadn't really managed to kick on from that point onwards. And it was big for him, the World Championships in Dubai. It was the same for a couple of the Russian fighters, actually. A few of the Russian fighters, that was the point at which they really needed to deliver on that promise. Ilya Popov was another one, just to give you an example, and he did it. Kool did it too, and that might see him now just kick on to a different kind of level. He got a 5th round stoppage in Dushanbe last May against Khavasbek in a fight scheduled for 6 in his previous pro fight, and two young fighters here, 24 and 22, so I think this should be entertaining.
Итак, дамы и господа, это второй бой нашего вечера. 6 раундов бокса в полусреднем весе. Представляю соперников, и первым боксера слева от меня в черном углу. Ему 22 года, рост 180 сантиметров, вес 65,8 килограмма. Он участник Олимпийских игр в Рио-де-Жанейро и Токио с рекордом 4 боя, 3 победы при 1 ничьей, представляющий Walvis Bay, Намибия, Jonas! Его сопернику напротив 24 года. Рост 179 сантиметров, вес 66,5 килограмма. Его рекорд насчитывает 1 бой. В нем одержана победа нокаутом. Мастер спорта международного класса, 3-кратный чемпион России, финалист чемпионата мира в Дубае, представляющий Анапу и Московская торпеда по прозвищу Kool, Евгений Kool! Рефери боя Ираклий Малазония.
Iraklii Malazonia just calling these two to the centre. I'll be interested to see how this goes from the bell, because he looks quite amped up, Jonas. He's got plenty of energy. He doesn't want to be too gung-ho, though, I wouldn't say, in the early stages. Evgeny Kool is a cold, clinical kind of fighter, but he does like to mix it. If you bring it to him, he will relish that. So Jonas just needs to make sure he doesn't give anything away here. Touch of the gloves. And one thing you notice about the Namibian is that he's got a beautiful long reach on him. When you see him from side on, that wingspan is quite something. Left to the body there from Kool, and he did some damage with body shots in the World Championships. Again, good left hand to the body there from Kool, who's just trying to lock on and find his range. Jonas just attempting to cover off his movement and see if he can let his own hands go. Pops out that long right hand, didn't quite manage to find the target. Finishing again on that left hand into the body there, Kool. And Jonas just trying to let that right hand go. Good jab there from Kool. No knockdown. I think he just turned around that front foot. The front feet clashed. Unorthodox against a southpaw. It often happens. Just shot with the right hand there, Jonas, but rolled away after he threw it, so didn't leave himself in any trouble. Looking for that right hand underneath there, Jonas. Didn't quite get it through. He dips a little bit too low at times, I think, when he looks to try and come forward. He makes himself a fairly difficult target, though, by doing that. Kool just trying to measure the distance with that lead right hand at the moment, really. He's got that left into the body a couple of times, but other than that, he hasn't quite found that range, I don't think. Short left hand into the gut again there, then the right hand up top, I think. Just snuck in around the back of the guard. And you can see there that it's the front feet just tangling as he looked to step off to his right hand side. Right hand landing there from Jonas.
Seconds out. Второй раунд.
Box.
So into the second, this scheduled for 6. Didn't quite catch fire in that opening round in terms of anything landing too clean, but the intent is definitely there from both of these two. And there's that long raking right hand again there that Jonas looks to throw. Left into the body there from Kool. Managed to find the gap despite those long forearms. You look at the tip of the elbow up to the tip of the glove there. When he drops those forearms in to protect the body, Jonas, he seems pretty capable of doing it. Almost just caught there as he's trying to adjust that belt line, I think. He'd be better off just forgetting about that. Just caught Kool as he was coming forward there with a nice left hand. And Kool, I think, he's just up the tempo start of the second round, working those hands a bit quicker. Again, just hitting the gloves really with the jab there, and then it's the left hand to the body that he looks to step in behind. Right hook, half landed around the back of the guard. This is good though from Kool. He's making things hot in there for Jonas. And he's not had the chance really, Jonas, to get too many punches off in this round. Just past the midway stage of it. Can Kool keep this momentum up going into the second half of it? There's that left hand on the inside. Jonas though just letting his own right go, and again just gets through the right hand there. A right hand lands from Kool, and these two just getting to it up close. Well, he's gone down there. We didn't get a very good look at that. Is that from a low blow? Is that why he's gone down there, Jonas? I think it must be, and that's why the referee is giving him time to recover. Well, that is low. That really is low. A slightly delayed reaction as he stumbles away, and then down he goes, and the referee can give him up to 5 minutes here to recover. Fighters never take that long, but they should probably take longer than they generally do take. It's a macho thing, really. They don't want to look like they're hurt, but the trainer there, I think, is just telling him, listen, take the time, make sure you are absolutely okay before you start again. If you get to the end of the 5 minutes and the fighter insists that he's unable to continue, that he's not fit to continue, then the referee has a decision to make at that point. Either they accept that the low blow has incapacitated them to a point which means they cannot continue and they'll disqualify the fighter who threw it, or they may decide that they're not really buying it. Either way, it's not relevant here because boxing is back underway. It was definitely low though, you could see that. Not deliberately so, but it was low. Good purchase on the left hand there from Kool, but Jonas, I think, half blocked it. Busy round that from Evgeny Kool. The momentum interrupted. Well, he interrupted it himself with that low blow, but the work rate from him was good in that round. Just trying to step around that front foot a touch.
Третий раунд.
Box.
So Kool of Russia in the white, Jonas of Namibia in the black. And that guard's been effective for Jonas. He's holding it quite high there, as you can see, and Kool maybe will be better off just going down to the body. As I say, he's got good history as a body puncher. I saw him finish a couple of fighters in Dubai with lefts to the body. So if he's going to pick up and keep those gloves high there, Jonas, then just take that body. Maybe those gloves will drop and he'll be able to get through that way. But he does drop that left into the body that time, and you can see that he just tucks that chin down, drops those elbows in around the ribcage, and defensively he's effective, Jonas. He tucks up pretty well. He just stepped in nice and close there, Kool, and then I think maybe felt he'd shut down his own space a bit too much because he didn't let anything go. And he throws a right hand as he steps off to his right there, Jonas. But this is good from Kool. Left hand into the body that time. Found a good angle for it because he's just staying on top of his man here, putting him under some solid pressure. I think feeling that this will tell at some point. Again, just looking to try and shovel that left hand in. Right underneath as he looks to crouch over. As I said, when he moves in, Jonas, he does dip low at the waist. It makes him quite hard to hit, but I think Kool feels that if he can land one as he's coming in with that kind of angle, it could almost be doubly damaging. Right hand there from Jonas, who's got enough to say. Kool, as I say, is trying to bring the heat here, but Jonas is never allowing him to really turn the screw too much. A good right hand there again from him. He does enough when he needs to, just to make his opponent really think. He's not come here to lie down, not by any stretch.
Секунданты за ринг. Seconds out. Четвертый раунд.
So into the second half of this fight, scheduled for 6 in the welterweight division. Evgeny Kool, the Russian silver medalist from the Men's World Championships, the IBA World Championships in Dubai last December. He's in the white, and Jonas of Namibia is in the black, who's given a decent account of himself so far. He's been mainly on the back foot. It's been Kool who's been looking to dictate, as he is now. Just little movements in and out with those feet. A well-schooled fighter. But Jonas has tucked up well when he's needed to, and every time he's had the opportunity to try and get some punches off, he's done his best to take it. That's a good combination from Kool, but again, most of it's taken on the gloves, and that's a difference between amateur boxing and pro boxing, essentially. As somebody once said to me, in the amateurs you don't really need to hurt your opponent to win. In the pros you do. You're looking to hurt that target, not just hit it, and quite a lot of the time Kool is hitting that target, but I wouldn't say he's really hurting it. He's not really punching through the target sometimes. But the tempo's good, the work rate is good, the punch output is high. But Jonas again just steps in there and looks to let his own hands go. I wonder if in the second half here, in this 5th and 6th, we might just see him come into it a bit more. It's possible that Kool might tire a bit because he's set a pretty lively pace, and Jonas I don't think has been worried by what he's been hit with at any point. He just hasn't had too much time to get his own work off. But I would like to see in his final 2 rounds if he just got a bit of wind in his sails. I think this could get quite interesting. Maybe just believe in himself a little bit more. Tell himself that the power from his opponent here is nothing to get too hot under the collar about. Let's just step in and let my own hands go a bit more and see if I can take the initiative.
Stop! Listen, man, come on, stop. Box.
Again, just looking to try and chop down on that right hand. He led off with an uppercut there, pretty much, Jonas, and then put the right hand off the back of it. He's behind here, but as I say, 2 rounds remaining. I think he's got something left here, the Namibian fighter, and I just wonder whether he might be able to just increase that punch output slightly. You can see in the background there, left hand side of the screen, you would have seen him fleetingly. That was Evgeny Tishchenko, the World and Olympic champion from a few years ago now. 2015 he was the IBA World Champion, 2016 he was the Rio Olympic champion, and had what was a fairly infamous final against Vasily Levitt. Got the decision when I think most people felt it should have gone the other way, but that wasn't anything to do with Tishchenko. He's a regular attendee at these IBA events. So into the fifth, and Jonas was nice and quick up off his stool there, so maybe he can do what I'm hoping he might be able to do in this final 2 rounds, and just see if he can turn the tables on Kool slightly. Kool will have something to say about that though. It can only really happen if his work rate fades a touch, I would say. And he's come out nice and quick again at the start of round 5. There's that right hand. He just slings it. And he's got that long reach, Jonas, as well. Just fencing with that lead hand there, Jonas, and that time just snapped it out a bit more sharply. He's got some good natural tools as a fighter, and Kool just looking to try and find that left hand underneath, which hasn't been an easy thing for him to do. Nice jab to the body there from Kool. Again, a very deliberate step outside the lead foot of his opponent, and just tucking up on the ropes as Jonas looks to try and let his own hands go a bit. Heading into the final minute of round 5. And again, Kool just setting those feet and looking to let his hands go, but Jonas covered up well. He's not been hit clean to the head that much, actually, which is, I've been saying, is testament really to his defence. It's a decent weight on those punches, the left hand down the middle and then the right hand round the back of the guard. You could see that they did register. Dug his toes in on those. Final few seconds of round 5, and good finish to the round here from Evgeny Kool. And he's kept the heat high throughout the course of the fight here, and I did just wonder heading into the 5th and the 6th whether he might just fade a little bit because he'd set a lively pace, but there was no sign of that. Left hand on the inside there was a good solid shot. There's that right hand into the body. That's a nice combination.
Секундный зарин. Дамы и господа, финальный 6-й раунд.
So 6th and final round, and Evgeny Kool will be well ahead here. He's in the white.
Max.
Again, just dipping low there, Jonas. Throwing that right hand, the referee just telling him to keep that head up. It's something that makes him quite an awkward customer to handle. I think it does take something away from him offensively, but defensively it makes him a difficult target to find. That's a good right hand, just step to the right and let that right hand go. But he had that left glove up there, Jonas, pretty much where it needed to be. He didn't stop all of it, but stopped most of it getting through. Final minute. It's been a decent fight to watch. Jonas at no point has looked to completely go into his shell. He's taken the opportunity to punch really whenever he's had the opportunity. But Evgeny Kool has pretty much kept him under control from the first bell without really hurting him at any point. He did hit him low earlier in the fight, and he's hit him low again here. And Jonas looked like he might have been hurt by that, and then has recovered very, very quickly. So there goes the final bell, and that will be a second pro win for the World Championship silver medalist Evgeny Kool. Good outing for him over 6 rounds. I wouldn't say he was challenged too much. He wasn't really under any particular pressure at any stage, but he gave Jonas his due respect and just boxed out the rounds. He was never looking all out for a stoppage there. He was happy just to box the rounds and see what happened, and his opponent never looked in any particular trouble. So good performance from him, I think, really, out of the away corner. The kind of performance that you could definitely see you get some more work.
Итак, дамы и господа, в этом поединке после 6 ярких раундов бокса единогласным решением судей победу по очкам одержал и остается не знающим поражений. И за Напы Россия Евгений Kool.
So Evgeny Kool gets it by unanimous decision to take his record to 2-0 in IBA.PRO. As I said, a good workout for him, a decent 6 rounds. And his opponent Jonas getting a decent hand from the crowd for the effort that he put in.
Итак, дамы и господа, это бейтбум IBA.PRO 14, и мы идем далее. Представляю вашему вниманию третий бой нашего вечера. 10 раундов бокса за титул WBA Asia в минимальном весе. И первым приветствуйте на пути в черный угол ринга боксера, представляющего Филиппины, Jeplex. Quirante.
So next up, we've got 10 rounds for the WBA Asia minimum weight title. Making his way to the ring now is Jeplex Quirante of the Philippines. 6 fights and 6 wins. Difficult, honestly, to take too much from that record, because you look at it and those fights have been against novices and away corner fighters, but that's no great surprise. Your first 6 fights of a pro career, you're not necessarily going to be matched that tough. And his last fight was a first round knockout in July against Ramak Antaran. And this is his first fight outside of the Philippines.
И его соперник, который прямо сейчас займет золотой угол ринга. Дамы и господа, приветствуйте из Златоуста, Челябинская область, Россия, Edmond Khudoyan.
And on his way in now, Edmond Khudoyan, another member of that tremendously successful Russian team from the World Championships in Dubai, and he's been competing at top level in IBA boxing for a long time now. I remember seeing him get disqualified in the World Championships of 2021 in the prelims for continually dipping low at the waist. He couldn't quite believe what had happened to him that day, but since then things have been on an upward trajectory. A bronze at the Worlds in 2023, a gold at the Europeans the year after, and then in December a silver at the World Championships, losing to Subhan Mammadov of Azerbaijan. He's 2-0 in IBA.PRO. Good win against Timurtash Yusupov over 5 rounds, and then over 8 against Daniel Valadares. So he hasn't done the 10-round distance, but neither is his opponent. And I'll be really interested to see what we get from Quirante. They've got so many good fighters at the lower weights in the Philippines. We were over there in Manila for the 50th anniversary of Ali Frazier 3, and we saw some terrific fights. Very well supported event. It's enormously popular in the Philippines boxing. All combat sports are. So Quirante's record may not tell us very much, as I said, but that does not mean that he cannot fight.
Дамы и господа, это третий бой вечера. Нас ожидают 10 раундов бокса за титул чемпиона WBA Asia в минимальном весе. Для участников этого титульного поединка звучат национальные гимны их стран. И первым звучит гимн Филиппин. Дамы и господа, звучит государственный гимн Российской Федерации. Итак, дамы и господа, представляю соперников и первым боксера в черном углу. Ему 25 лет, рост 159 сантиметров, официальный вес 46,6 килограмма. Он не знает поражений с рекордом 6 боев, 6 побед, 3 из них нокаутом и носит прозвище «Глушитель». Дамы и господа, представляющий Фортич Филиппины, Jeplex Quirante. Его сопернику напротив, в золотом углу ринга, 29 лет, рост 160 сантиметров, вес 47,6 килограмма. Сегодня он проводит первый профессиональный бой, но за его плечами невероятная любительская карьера. Дамы и господа, шестикратный чемпион России, чемпион Европы, серебряный и бронзовый призер чемпионатов мира и Златоуста, Челябинская область, Россия, Edmond Khudoyan. Рефери боя Дмитрий Болдырев, Россия.
Gentlemen, listen to my command, follow the rules.
So 10 rounds or fewer here for the WBA Asia minimum weight title. Edmond Khudoyan in the white, Jeplex Quirante in the black. And the arena filling up nicely. And two orthodox fighters here. Khudoyan switching early on there into the southpaw stance. Just looking to try and find that range early on. Right hand into the body there from Khudoyan, who physically is the bigger of these two. Both have made the minimum weight limit of 7.5 stone, 105 pounds, which for those of us a bit bigger than that seems absolutely impossible. Khudoyan, you look at the size of the back on him there, has put on a reasonable amount of weight, you would say, since that weigh-in. Certainly more than his opponent. And he's dictating terms here early on. Good combination came back there though from Quirante. The gloves were up from Khudoyan, but it gave him something to think about, and then a couple into the body as well from the Filipino. Aimed a big right hand there, Quirante, but it's no bad thing, I don't think, because what he can't do is allow Khudoyan to settle into a rhythm here and get on top of him early, and he hasn't done that. Good example there, just punching his way off the ropes, just steps in. Khudoyan's managed to avoid those shots pretty comfortably, but it's the intent, it's what it says about Quirante is here to do, that will just give him something to think about. Left hand into the body there from Khudoyan. And this is warming up nicely towards the end of round one. Good right hand to the body there from Khudoyan. second round here. This scheduled for 10. And Khudoyan looking to try and move in behind that jab again. Quirante well set up. Has got those gloves up. In position, that right hand cocked and ready to go most of the time. You don't really see Quirante use the jab too often. He's just backing up there, just giving himself the space, and then he'll look to come back with that right hand. He did it a couple of times there, didn't quite manage to land it, but that's what he's looking to do. He's got that right hand, as I say, in place, cocked, ready to go. Moved in behind a left hand there, but there was nothing really on that lead hand. Khudoyan, I think, just needs to keep him busy with the jab. And look out for that right hand. Be aware of it, because that's the punch that he goes for. Good combination there from Khudoyan. The left hand up top got through, and then a left hand into the body. Drew some applause from the crowd.
Luzhniki.
Again, just steps in and looks for that right hand there, Quirante, just as Khudoyan was coming forward. Long left to the body there from Khudoyan. Good left up top there as well. He was skirting away to his right hand side there, Quirante. He thought he got away, I think. He felt he was out of range, and then he just stepped across Khudoyan and managed to collect him on the end of that left hand. And again there, just got through with a couple. And this is a good, strong finish to the round if he can keep this up here, the Russian fighter. Goes downstairs into the pit of the stomach. That was the decent shot. I wouldn't say he's necessarily put a dent in Quirante here, but he's landed some good solid punches right at the end of this round. That left hand looks a little bit low. The referee had a good look at it.
10 seconds.
There's that left hand landing again. That was the combination there from Khudoyan. Left to the body, left up top. And then after that, the right left. So into the third. Khudoyan's taken those opening 2 rounds. Good final minute to round 2 from the Russian. Just shaping. Looking to see if he can judge the distance. Quirante is backed up there, but he's giving that ground. He's not really being driven back, and Khudoyan's just slightly wary because he knows that he's happy to give the ground Quirante because he's looking to do that. Let that big right hand go. Just sling it over the top like he did there, or shoot it a little bit flatter and straighter, but generally he'll throw it over the top. That's his plan here. He steps in there and behind the lead hand throws that right. But the one that he feels he can really do damage with, I think, is that overhand right. And when he pulls the trigger on it, it is a potentially dangerous shot.
Stop. Box.
And Khudoyan just trying to get after Quirante there. Quirante, I think, had just lost balance slightly. Khudoyan caused that and had lost his own balance, I think, as he came forward. He went over the top of that front foot, really committed to it, though, and kept pursuing his man and made things a little bit uncomfortable there for Quirante, but because his own equilibrium had gone, really, found it difficult to land as he was coming forward. Deep into the final minute of round 3.
Stop.
Looking for the combination there, Khudoyan. The right hand came firing back there from Quirante, and it wasn't far away. The left wasn't far away from Khudoyan either. And if they mix it at that kind of range, that's when this is going to get interesting. Nice body attack there from Khudoyan. And he is naturally aggressive. You can tell he doesn't really want to keep this on the outside. He could, because he's a taller of the two. He's got the greater height and the reach that comes with it. But he doesn't want to do that. By nature, it's not his inclination. And that was where he just lost his balance a little bit, Khudoyan, as he came forward. But you could see the motivation there. You could see the intent.
Четвертый раунд.
Стоп. Бутылку берите. Бакс.
Just gets a jab away to the stomach there, Khudoyan. I think there's maybe some water on the canvas in the corner, and the referee just wants to get that toweled away if possible. Again, he just dips those knees, throws the jab into the body there, Khudoyan, and he can keep doing that all night, and he can win the fight doing that, but he doesn't want to do that. And for those of us watching, I think that's a good thing, because that would make for a fairly dull spectacle. There's that right hand, that hair trigger right hand. He's not come that close to landing it, Quirante, but he'll keep believing in it, that's for sure. And again, he throws it there. That one was closer to getting through, kind of half blocked, I think, really, by Khudoyan. And he's got the confidence of an undefeated fighter here, Quirante. Okay, he hasn't really boxed anybody, but he doesn't know what it's like to lose. And there's enough happening in there to encourage him. Left hand got through there from Khudoyan. Good defence to the right hand that came back inevitably from the Filipino. stepping behind that left hand there, Khudoyan. Into the final 30 seconds of round 4.
Пятый раунд.
He switched between stances pretty seamlessly so far in this fight. Khudoyan has never really done it in a dangerous position where he's looked like he might get himself into trouble. And Quirante is just sticking to his task here. When he throws that right hand, sometimes that right foot comes forward and round as it did that time, rather than staying clamped to the canvas. But for the most part, that shape, that balance is fairly good. And for Khudoyan, you know where the danger is. You know what the danger is in terms of what he's going to throw Quirante. It's that right hand. Good defensive work there from Khudoyan. Walked onto a jab though as he looked to come forward there. And coming into this round will be at the halfway stage, and Khudoyan is banking these rounds. But it's a competitive fight. Quirante is having his say. Good use of the jab there from Khudoyan. Nice body work. And then retreats as Quirante is trying to beckon him in. Right hook to the top of the head there from Khudoyan. I think might be well advised to go down to the body a little bit more. The referee just telling him off for using that lead glove as an obstruction. Some referees don't like that. They feel that you're just using it to try and block the vision of your opponent. Personally, I feel like anything really is fair game. It's not a foul as such. Some referees will pull fighters up on that, others won't. That left into the body was a good shot there from Khudoyan. So at the midway stage, the Russian is in a healthy lead here.
Секунданты за ринг. 6-й раунд.
Again, just goes up, or looked like he was going to with the jab, and then went down into the pit of the stomach, and that body is on offer a lot of the time. You look at that guard, those gloves are carried, held quite high there by Quirante. Maybe that body work could bear fruit in the second half of the fight here for Khudoyan, but fighters at this weight are generally expecting to go the distance. If a stoppage comes, then a stoppage comes, but it's not something that they obsess about. He felt that was low, Quirante. And it seems to have riled him up a little bit, maybe, as he steps in and looks to try and throw his own right to the body. And these two just engaging at close quarters a little bit more, which Quirante will certainly feel suits him, but I don't think will be something that Khudoyan will be especially unhappy with. And certainly for the spectators, it would be good to see them mix it at that closer range a bit more. Into the final minute of round 6. Little tip-tap and then a heavier shot to the body, just sinking in that left hand there, Khudoyan. Good right to the body there from Khudoyan. And then goes up to the head. Quirante trying to get onto the front foot this round, trying to make something happen. I think he knows that he needs to start winning rounds here, because at halfway he could quite easily be 5-0 down. And it's not that he hasn't put plenty into this, because he has, but if he wants to win this fight, then he needs to work that bit harder and try and take the initiative away from Khudoyan. And I think we saw him try to do that in the second half of the round there.
Седьмой раунд.
Timing.
And Quirante again just looking to try and step into the centre of the ring here. And I think this is more what we're going to see in the fight, because up until this point, certainly in those first 5 rounds, we saw him give that ground, willing enough to give that ground, get backed up to the ropes, and then look to just fling in that big overhand right. But I think he realises that he's got to try and change the play here. And it's Khudoyan. He finds himself feeling those ropes on his back. And this might suit him. It could well suit him to have an opponent coming onto him rather than him being the one who has to do the hunting. That's good movement from Khudoyan. Good upper body movement. Just hinging at the waist. Stepping around that front foot. And that's what he likes to do at times, Khudoyan. He's just tip-tapping, keeping his opponent occupied, and then he'll look to try and sink that final punch in. Didn't do it there, but we've seen that a few times from him. Good combination there. Lovely fast hands from Khudoyan. And it was that final punch that you saw just shudder the jaw there slightly of Quirante. Good use of the jab there. The second one just making its way through the gut.
Stop. Box. 10 seconds. Stop. Box. Die.
Well timed short right hand there from Khudoyan as Quirante came forward. He just doesn't quite have the craft or the guile, Quirante. It's quite basic his approach. It's quite obvious, I think, to Khudoyan what's coming his way. He hasn't been able to avoid it completely, but the Filipino fighter hasn't really managed to dress things up quite enough, I think, to set any traps that Khudoyan is likely to fall into. As I said at the start of the fight, a very, very experienced international amateur. So 3 to go this schedule for 10. The WBA Asia minimum weight title on the line. Good body work there from Quirante, and then went for the right up top as well, which did make contact. Bringing some good pressure here.
Выше голову.
Nice combination again there from Khudoyan into the final minute of round 8. And he's found a decent groove, the Russian, from fairly early in the fight. I think from about round 4, 5 onwards. He's just found that bit of fluidity. Nice turn around the front foot there. And Quirante, as I've been saying, has brought plenty of energy and industry to this. And he punches like he means it. Absolutely. And that might be part of the problem with him. Puts a bit too much on almost everything he throws, and Khudoyan, I think, has been able to read him fairly comfortably.
Девятый раунд.
Touch of gloves between the two. And I think we'll just see in this final 2 rounds what we've seen in the fight so far. There's no real need for Khudoyan to try and put his foot on the gas, especially because he's winning this fight, and it would be pointless at this stage to take any unnecessary risks. Quirante will keep bringing what he's been bringing, particularly since halfway, because the first half of the fight, it was Khudoyan who was mainly on the front foot. Quirante was giving that ground, looking to throw that right hand off the back foot. Since the 6th round, we've seen him try and take the centre of the ring more and dictate terms as best he can, because he would have known that the fight was slipping away from him. And he's done his best on that score. It's just been difficult for him really to land, and Khudoyan has found the gaps often enough. And in these situations, if you're the home fighter like Khudoyan is, you want to please the crowd, of course. You want to put on an eye-catching performance, but the most important thing is to win. At minimum weight, you can move into position for a world title shot pretty quickly. This gets him the WBA Asia title. May or may not get him a top 15 ranking. I suspect it probably will. It's possible to travel quickly in those lower weights, those very lower weights, because there aren't as many fighters down there, quite simply. The standard at the top is every bit as high as other divisions, but you can get to that world title level in fewer fights. Good combination, finishing on the left of the body there, Khudoyan, but he's still coming here, Quirante. Again, good quick hands there from Khudoyan. Denis Lebedev in the front row there, former world champion. I've seen Igor Makontsev as well, drifting around ringside. The last man to beat Alexander Usyk was Igor Makontsev in the 2009 World Championships.
Секунданты за ринг. Дамы и господа, финальный 10-й раунд.
So 10th and final round here. And Khudoyan really just needs to avoid getting knocked out, and he's going to win this fight. But I was talking earlier on about the matching and what the away corner brings, and I think Quirante can hold his head up very high here because he's only had the 6 pro fights. He hasn't got anything like the amateur background that Khudoyan has got, those 6 pro fights, understandably, because they've been learning fights. Haven't seen him matched with anybody of any great ability, but here he's been up against a World Championship silver medalist, and he's given a decent account of himself. He's never been any trouble. Neither of these two at any stage have either have really hurt the other.
No wrestling, no wrestling.
Good use of the lead hand there from Khudoyan, who has just all round had a lot more variety. He's the more skillful fighter of the two. He can switch between the stances. He's got nice reach when he chooses to employ it. Goes down to the body, goes up to the head, turns around that front foot neatly. Good reflexes, hinges at the waist. He's got a lot to him. And big for the weight too. Good right hand off the back foot there from Khudoyan, and then a nice jab, a good combination, and he's looking to finish with some style here. Looks for the uppercut. Quirante keeps coming forward. Final minute of the fight. Looks for the straight left hand there, Khudoyan. Quirante, though, credit to him, doesn't take a backward step at any stage there. Lovely combination again there from Khudoyan. The right hand just cannoning off the side of the head there of Quirante, who still keeps swinging. Right up into the bell here. Khudoyan just catches him, he comes forward, and the bell goes, and Quirante holds those gloves aloft. He'll know that he's come out second best here, but as I said, he received the call, stepped up into the away corner, and there's plenty to like about him. And what was good was the way that he looked to try and change things from the halfway stage onward. He could easily have just boxed out the rounds there, tucked up, not looked to give anything away in the second half there, but he didn't do that. He chose to be aggressive. He chose to go in search of the win if he could. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see him again and this Russian crowd are giving him a good ovation. It's a good final round, particularly that last minute. And there you see him, Khudoyan, just kind of dressing things up a little bit, which is something that Quirante, at this stage of his career, isn't yet really able to do. He's quite Route 1, but he's got some toughness to him. And he's fit. He holds that shape pretty well. But you look at that from Khudoyan, that's lovely stuff. And just waiting for these two to be called to the centre. That WBA Asia belt will be awarded. And there it is, and you'd imagine the top 15 ranking will come with that.
Итак, дамы и господа, прежде чем прозвучит имя победителя, давайте поблагодарим обоих боксеров за этот ярчайший поединок. Итак, после 10 динамичных раундов бокса обратимся к судейским запискам. Судья 1 и судья 2 – 190. Судья 3 – 99-91. Таким образом, единогласным решением судей победу по очкам одержал и стал чемпионом WBA Asia в минимальном весе. И Златоуста Россия Edmond Khudoyan!
So Khudoyan gets it, as we expected he would, by unanimous decision, but it was a hard-earned victory. Quirante made him work there right from the very start of the fight, right up until the very end, and he was always looking for that big right hand, the Filipino, and he threw it with confidence, with belief, all the way through, but never really managed to land it. And Khudoyan, with the greater variety, just the greater all-round skill, would have taken that by wide margins on the cards, I would have thought. I haven't seen them, but I would guess probably scores of 98, 92, 99, 91 or thereabouts. There's a couple of rounds you could maybe have gone Quirante's way in there with work rate and intent in the second half of the fight, but it was a clear win for Khudoyan.
Дамы и господа, это Бэтбум IBA.PRO 14, и мы идем далее. На очереди 4-й поединок нашего вечера, 8-раундовый бой во 2-м среднем весе. И первым, добро пожаловать в черный угол ринга, представляющий Кызыл, Республика Тыва, Россия, Artysh Lopsan.
Next up, we've got an all-Russian clash at super middleweight. This is Artysh Lopsan. 14 wins, 2 defeats and 2 draws. Those defeats coming against good fighters in Nikita John and also Pavel Silyagin. Won the Eurasian Boxing Parliament title in November 2024 and a WBO Oriental 3 years before that. A big away win against Vijender Singh in India. He was 12-0 at that point, the Olympic medalist. So he's had some notable victories. Drew his last fight, that was last April, over 10 rounds against Islombek Muminov.
А сейчас, дамы и господа, приветствуйте на пути в золотой угол ринга. Из Буйнакска, Дагестан, Россия, Cheerav, Ashalaev.
Ashalaev, 24 years old. A gold medalist at the European Under-22s back in 2023. Won over 6 last October in St. Petersburg against Sajjad Merabi. And another couple of wins over 6 rounds over the previous couple of years in IBA.PRO. So not nearly as experienced in the professional ranks as his opponent. And giving away a bit of height there as well and some reach that will come with it. This one's scheduled for 8 rounds.
Дамы и господа, нас ожидает один из самых интригующих поединков сегодняшнего вечера. Впереди 8 раундов бокса во 2-м среднем весе. Представляю участников поединка и первым боксера в черном углу. Ему 31 год, рост 190 сантиметров, вес 76,1 килограмма. Его впечатляющий рекорд насчитывает 18 боев, 14 побед при всего 2 поражениях и 2 ничьих. Одержал 9 ярких побед нокаутом. Экс-чемпион WBO Oriental, чемпион Евразийского боксерского парламента, представляющий Кызыл, Республика Тыва, Россия, Artysh Lopsan. Его сопернику в золотом углу 24 года, рост 182 сантиметра, вес 76,2 килограмма. Его рекорд насчитывает 1 бой, в нем одержана победа. Он чемпион России, чемпион Европы среди молодежи, бронзовый призер чемпионата России 2025 года из Буйнакска, Дагестан, Россия, Cheerav, Ashalaev. Рефери поединка Баграт Абаян, Армения.
Head up, no holding, no low blow. Good luck.
And you can see the difference between the two physically there as the referee called them to the centre. The height very much in favour of Lopsan, as we pointed out. The tail of the tape sometimes isn't all that accurate. You see two fighters are supposed to be the same height and then you see different when they're stood in front of each other. And sometimes one's supposed to be significantly taller and then it turns out they're really not. But in that case, it was accurate. So Ashalaev in the white and Lopsan in the black. Lopsan looking to step in and let that right hand go early there. Good jabs to the body there from Ashalaev. For the long right hand to the body there. Lopsan. Ashalaev springing in from quite a long way out with that lead left hook. He's done some good work with that lead left hand at times in this round, Lopsan. He looks capable of using that reach. Just crowds himself a little bit there as he steps in behind the right hand. Into the final minute of round one. Ashalaev again just springs in with that lead left hook. He's done that a couple of times. He needs to close the gap quick. He certainly feels like he does against an opponent like this. But the fight has already kind of shortened up a bit. These two in the second half of the round standing more at mid-range than they were at long range. But he walked onto a right hand there, Ashalaev, a few seconds ago. And again, springs in behind that lead left. Pair of them just swapping jabs there.
Второй раунд.
Little feint with the front foot there from Ashalaev. Just turning around his opponent there. Ashalaev trying to keep Lopsan on the move, trying to make sure that he's not set. Lets that right hand go. Again, just comes in behind that lead left hook, and maybe he lost his balance there slightly, Lopsan, because Ashalaev rather sportingly seemed to pass on the opportunity to close in there. But he started this second round with a bit more vigour, Ashalaev. He had a look at his man, I think, in that opening round more than anything else. Trying to find that short right hand on the inside. Ashalaev. Left hand into the body. Long right hand, but he was just moving off that. Lopsan took the sting off it. And he's still just creeping in here. Artysh Lopsan. But turns his man neatly there, Ashalaev, who is the more skilled of these two. Just getting on the chest there of Lopsan. Into the final minute of the round. Good right hand there from Ashalaev. Moved in behind the left, and I think that one landed a bit more solidly, but Lopsan didn't show any sign of it. Left hand into the body a couple of times there from Ashalaev. And there's that big springing left hook, followed by right hand that time. And there was that right hand that got through. You could just see it crash straight through the guard. He kept it nice and busy in that second round, Ashalaev, and looks to have the ability to pick the gaps or create the gaps.
Секунданты за ринг. Третий раунд.
Just pulled that right hand there as he went to let it go, Lopsan. Ashalaev is giving him quite a lot to think about here, and again as he was shaping to throw that right hand, Lopsan, a right hand caught him from Ashalaev. Doesn't cut off the ring particularly well, Lopsan. He tends to follow Ashalaev around a bit, and then Ashalaev just steps in and lets his hands go. That was a good volley of punches. The uppercut on the inside wasn't too far away there from Ashalaev. He just pushes his man back into the ropes. He's chipping away here, Ashalaev. Again, just steps off and maybe nicks a little bit of a breather here. Turns southpaw. Left hand into the body there from Ashalaev. Good solid left hand, and that hurt his man. You can see the knees just dip there slightly of Lopsan, and He's done good work in this round. Ashalaev, he's kept that pace high, that left hand straight down the middle, and you could see the reaction that it got. He's making a dent in his man here, I think, in his third round. Ashalaev again goes with a combination up top. Left hand into the body, then again just goes up to the head. I think that one landed around about the chest, and it put him back onto his heels again. Again, the southpaw left straight down the middle. That's a good round for Ashalaev, who's just turned the screw. First round he had a look, the second round he raised the tempo, the third round he ramped it up again there. Be good to see if he can continue to click through these gears, because with 5 rounds left here in this 8-rounder, a stoppage could be on the cards. Those 2 defeats I mentioned against Siliagin and Jean, both inside the distance for Lopsan.
Секунданты за ринг. Четвертый раунд.
So into the fourth. Lopsan just trying to get on the front foot maybe in the early stages of this round and buy himself a little bit of respite, give his opponent a bit more to think about. That could of course play into the hands of Ashalaev. That's good work with the lead hand there from Ashalaev, down to the body, then up to the head. Good right hand there from Lopsan. Just caught Ashalaev as he was looking to open out maybe. And he's had a better opening minutes of the round here, Lopsan. He came out with some purpose at the start of this fourth. I think he realised that the momentum had really shifted against him in that third round and he needed to do something about it. Slightly strange call that from the referee. There was nothing low about that. Left hand there from Ashalaev. That left hand out of the southpaw stance, that's got through. That's been the really profitable punch for him. So ticking down to the halfway stage, the completion of round 4 this schedule for 8 at super middleweight, and there's Cheerav, Ashalaev, who will be in the lead as we get to that halfway point. Now, it was a better 4th round for Lopsan, given what happened during the 3rd, but the meatiest, weightiest shots, the cleanest punches in that 4th still came from Ashalaev.
Секунданты за ринг. Пятый раунд.
So into the fifth. Cheerav Ashalaev in the white. Artysh Lopsan in the black. Trying to work the body there on the inside, Ashalaev. Again, just looking to step into that lead left hand and then stepped off his man there, Ashalaev. He's done that a couple of times. The first time I thought it was because he felt the Lopsan had slipped, but he did it again there when he could really have closed in and looked to go again. That can be the remnant of amateur competition, of amateur style, because often in that format a fighter will land a good combination and feel like that might be enough to win the round or give them a big advantage, and they don't need to step in and put themselves in harm's way potentially. Nice left hand on the inside there from Lopsan. Final 30 seconds of round 5. And give Lopsan credit. I did wonder at the end of the third round whether Ashalaev might be able to, as I described it, just click through those gears, turn that screw a bit more round by round, and he got through with a long right hand there, Lopsan, as well, and take this away from his Russian rival. But it doesn't look like that's going to be the case because he's responded well, Artysh Lopsan. Because he had his knees dipped by that strong southpaw left hand towards the end of the third, but since then he's not found himself in too much trouble and had a good round there in the fifth.
Шестой раунд.
Well, he held out the glove there for a touch of the gloves, Ashalaev, and Lopsan wasn't having any of it at all, just stepped in and let his hands go. And he's under no obligation to do it. The referee will call you to the centre at the start of the first, at the start of the final round, to touch gloves. Outside of that, you can offer it, but you cannot be upset if the opponent doesn't take it. If you're into your boxing history, it's something that started, that touch of gloves at the start of the first round after incidents between Stanley Ketchel, the Michigan assassin, and Billy Papka, the Illinois Thunderbolt, in their first fight 100 odd years ago, The story goes that Papka offered his glove, Ketchel ignored it, launched into him. And then in the second fight it was the other way around, so referees decided, or rather the establishment decided, that the referee would instruct fighters to touch gloves at the start of the first round and then at the start of the final round. But also that outside of that, it was very much at the fighter's discretion. You think about Victor Ortiz and Floyd Mayweather a few years ago now. Ortiz offered a glove to Mayweather after an illegal blow, and Mayweather didn't take it and knocked him out. It's the final minute of round 6. Good right hand there from Ashalaev. And Lopsan's one of these guys as well who physically at times looks like he might be about to not unravel exactly, but he can have that kind of tired, loose look to him, but he just digs in and keeps going. And it's Ashalaev here, just looking to hold on the touch towards the end of the round. And there goes the bell. 2 to go. They're scheduled for 8 in the super middleweight division. And I'd say there wouldn't be too much in this at this point. Ashalaev, I think, after 3 rounds could well have been 3 up. But you look at 4, 5 and 6 and this man could have taken a couple of them. So into the final 2 rounds. Cheerav Ashalaev in the white, Artysh Lopsan in the black. This at super middleweight. Good jab there from Lopsan. Nice stiff jab, and looks to try and put that right hand to use as well. Ashalaev again just looking to launch in with that left hand. The way he fights is quite a tiring method at times. As I said, he springs in. Good right hand again there from Lopsan. He's got a bit of wind in his sails here. Good use of the lead left hand, and again he just rips up with that big hook uppercut almost there, Ashalaev. Good right hand there from Lopsan, explodes up the middle. And the jab finds a home as well, and Ashalaev is more of a static target now. Sinks in that right hand again there, Lopsan. Just keeping things nice and simple. Again, just looks to try and really wind up that time though for the right hand into the body. Ashalaev trying to push him back and muscle in that right, but doesn't find room for it. This is turning into a grueling fight towards the late stages. Good right hand there from Ashalaev. Knocks Lopsan onto his heels. I don't think it really hurt him though. Left hand into the body there from Ashalaev. That was good work from him. Ashalaev just trying to get on top of this man here and find some gaps if he can. He's put a big effort into this round. Ashalaev, I think he maybe realised that Lopsan was getting a foothold or more than that, and things were getting a little bit tighter, a bit more interesting. That was a big effort round from him there, Ashalaev. One to go here. He started well though in that round, Lopsan. It was Ashalaev who came more to the fore towards the later stages.
Дамы и господа, финальный 8-й раунд.
So 8th and final round. Ashalaev in the white, Lopsan in the black. And they'll both be looking for a big finish here. Again, he looks to rip into a lead left uppercut there, and that's what I mean when I'm talking about his method being a tiring one, because that takes a lot out of you. A lot of core strength, a lot of lateral movement when you're looking to really fire with those big hooks and uppercuts. Lopsan is a bit more economical, looks slightly cramped for space and a bit clumsy at times, but he throws a lot more straight punches. Ashalaev again with a left hand into the body there. The more eye-catching punches in the fight have definitely come from him.
Holding, good. Holding.
And I'd say through 7 rounds I'd have him up. I'd have him 4-3 up, maybe 5-2, because I don't think Lopsan got any of the first 3. Although the first round was close, not much happened.
Holding, goal.
Midway through the round, again he just explodes into that left hook. Ashalaev. It's interesting watching him because the way he fights like a puncher, but there's no great evidence that he is a massive puncher. That kind of fast twitch, and as I said, that saps you. And everybody wants to believe they've got knockout power, but not that many people do, and those single punch knockouts in any case are rare. You need to hit somebody with something they really don't see at all, because a professional fighter, a well-conditioned pro fighter, if they're braced for impact, they can survive it. It's the ability to dress those punches up to land something harder than they're expecting. So even though they are braced for it, it still does some damage. That's what you need in pro boxing, particularly the higher the level you go to. Into the final 30 seconds. Good combination, good stuff there from Ashalaev. Oh, cheeky there from Lopsan.
Listen to me.
Tickled him with the right hand well after the referee had said stop. There was no damage done. both of these two just working hard until the end. Lopsan does look tired there as the left hand lands. Good fight between these two. Good fight to watch. Ashalaev has done enough, but that's good from Lopsan because, as I said, I thought he could be in trouble in the second half of that fight, and it never really happened because when he needed to, around rounds 4, 5, 6, he dug in, got a couple of them, I would say, and just made sure that Ashalaev just didn't get that real scent of a stoppage in his nostrils particularly. It looked like that might happen. There's Tischenko, Evgeny Tischenko. It looked like it could happen after what was not exactly a torrid third round for him, but a difficult third round. But it didn't materialise. He dug in well.
Итак, дамы и господа, после 8 ярчайших раундов единогласным решением судей победу по очкам одержал и остается не знающим поражений из Буйнакска, Дагестан, Cheerav Ashalaev.
So Ashalaev gets it by unanimous decision, but as I said, he had to dig it out. He had to dig it out in the second half of that fight. It was a good contest between the two, and again, a good display from the away corner fighter from Artysh Lopsan. But Cheerav Ashalaev with the win.
Дамы и господа, мы продолжаем. Бэтбум IBA.PRO 14. И на очереди 8-раундовый поединок в полусреднем весе. Первым добро пожаловать в черный угол ринга боксер, представляющий Андижан, Узбекистан. Приветствуйте, Khavasbek Asadullaev.
And next up here we've got a rematch in the welterweight division. Khavasbek Asadullaev won when these two last ran into each other. That was in Ufa last April, and he got it on points over 6 rounds. He's 2-0 in IBA.PRO, 7-0 in pro boxing. Limited opposition in terms of those 7 wins. From Andijan in Uzbekistan, 2024 Asian amateur champion, beating Alcantara Supov in the final. So that gives you an idea of the ability level that he's got. So this should be a good contest between these two. Rematches are always interesting. 5 stoppages in those 7 wins.
А сейчас, дамы и господа, приветствуйте на пути в золотой угол его соперник, представляющий Владикавказ, Северная Осетия, Алания, Россия, Алан Khugaev.
And here comes the man who came out on the wrong side of that encounter last April, Alan Khugaev, 26 years old from Vladikavkaz, 21 fights and 21 wins outside of IBA.PRO. Has won Eurasian Boxing Parliament titles at welterweight, at super welt, has won a Russian title at super welterweight as well. That was in March last year by split decision. In 2022, I beg your pardon. But never mind all of that. This is about the bragging rights. This is about the rematch. Nothing else really exists for these two record-wise apart from the other one. Certainly that is the case for Khugaev.
Итак, дамы и господа, нас ожидают 8 раундов в полусреднем весе. Представляю соперников и первым боксера в черном углу. Ему 26 лет, рост 176 сантиметров, вес 66,7 килограмма. Он чемпион Узбекистана, чемпион игр стран БРИКС, чемпион Азии, не знающий поражений, с рекордом 7 боев, 7 побед, 5 из них нокаутом. Из Андижана, Узбекистан, по прозвищу Гладиатор, Khavasbek Asadullaev. Его сопернику напротив также 26 лет. Его рост 180 сантиметров, вес 66 килограммов и 650 граммов. Он чемпион Евразии, чемпион России среди профессионалов, не знающий поражений, с рекордом 21 бой, 21 победа, 10 из них нокаутом. Из Владикавказа, Северная Осетия, Алания, Россия. Дамы и господа, приветствуйте, Алан Khugaev!
That other win in IBA.PRO, by the way, for Asadullaev came against Vadim Musayev. So that's a good win. Valery Pastukov, the man in charge. The schedule for 8.
Gentlemen, head up, no holding, no. Listen to me, guys. Shake it. Good luck.
So Khugaev in the white, Asadullaev in the black. Orthodox against southpaw here. Khugaev, orthodox. Asadullaev, southpaw. He's won those 2 Eurasian Boxing Parliament titles and the Russian title, Khugaev, but those 21 wins in truth have come against pretty limited opposition. You could say the same for the 7 pro wins of Asadullaev, but that win against Musayev and his amateur pedigree does tell you more about him, and he's made a decent start here. Good strong right hand there from Khugaev, and then stepped off to his left nicely. Good start to the fight here, lively opening minute. Goes down to the body well there, Khugaev. Left hand almost just ricocheted through the guard there, not quite, from Asadullaev, who made a good quick start, but Khugaev has landed some decent blows of his own. Just swapping stiff punches there, left hand's landing. Good right hand to the body there from Khugaev as Asadullaev just overbalanced slightly as he came forward. Final few seconds of round one. Not been much in this round. Big overhand left there from Asadullaev, but didn't really land. Shorter left hand down the middle might have done, but there comes a right hand back there from Khugaev. Top of the bill, of course, we have got a heavyweight clash between Murad Khalidov and Jose Larduet. Larduet, who I saw a lot in the amateurs, World Youth Champion way back in the day, Pan Am Champion, had hundreds of fights, represented Cuba on numerous occasions, a lot of WSB, a professional since 2019, one defeat as a pro. Khalidov hasn't come through that traditional background, shall we say, but he is a man who was born to fight. Massive win against Sergey Kuzmin. And that promises to be a very entertaining scrap, I would say. We've got a heavyweight fight before that as well after this. One more fight after this before the main event. David Surov, who I saw at the World Championships, won a gold medal. Very good fighter, 21-year-old Russian, up against Luis Alfredo and Alcantara Guerrero. And we're due a stoppage at some point tonight. We've had 4 fights so far and we haven't had one yet. No one's really looked hurt at any particular point. There's been some good, solid shots landed, but no one has really threatened at any stage to unravel or come apart. We saw the knees dipped of Lopsan from a left hand from Ashalaev in that 3rd round, but that's been as serious as it's got for anybody. His weight just brought him forward. injects a bit more purpose into his footwork there. Straight left hand down the middle, but every now and again he gets a bit sloppy, a bit lackadaisical with things, and it's kind of surprising. Khugaev with a right hand into the body there. Then tries to chop down with the right. Just trying to sit down a bit more on that left hand there, Asadullaev, but he dipped off to his left there, Khugaev, and it didn't land. Lands a good right hand there, Khugaev. That was a decent 1-2 there from Asadullaev, and again just catches Khugaev as he was coming forward. Decent finish to the round here from Luzhniki. Sneaks another left hand through as well.
Секунданты за ринг. Третий раунд.
So into the third, they're scheduled for 8. Asadullaev in the black, Khugaev in the white. Been a pretty even fight so far. Right hand just landing high on the head there from Asadullaev. He has most joy, as is so often the case with southpaws, when he just throws that southpaw left hand straight down the middle. Just dips off to his right slightly and just creates that path for it. Punch output is good from Asadullaev in this round. Khugaev is just struggling to get anything off as we head into the second half of the round. Asadullaev again just moves off to his right hand side. He's just throwing that 1-2. He's keeping things nice and simple in this round so far.
Step back.
Looking for the right uppercut there. Asadullaev didn't quite manage to land it. The guy just coming forward here still. Sticking to the method, sticking to the task, seeing if he can find something towards the late stages of this round. Long right hand into the body there from him. That's good footwork again from Asadullaev. He's been sharper in this round. He does have the tendency, as I said before, to switch off a bit sometimes. Got caught by a right hand there. And you can see they were just getting the end swell out in that Asadullaev corner, just smoothing it over the cheekbone there, just to keep down any swelling into the fourth round here. They're scheduled for 8 in the welterweight division. A couple of heavyweight clashes to come after this. This is IBA Pro 14 from Moscow. The IBA kicking off 2026. Plenty more to come throughout the course of the year. Good left hand, straight left hand again. There's that southpaw left hand. He just steps slightly to the right, opens out, and that just allows it to fly straight down the middle. No angle on it, and it goes straight through the guard. Just looking to up the tempo a bit here, I think, Asadullaev. And the Khugaev has maybe got to do something a bit different here, because Asadullaev in that previous round and in this fourth so far has just boxed with a nice tempo. He seems to be in a good rhythm here. The Khugaev is trying to keep that front foot pressure, but maybe just waiting a little bit too long to get his punches off. Good left hand again there from Asadullaev. He's a little bit one-paced here, Khugaev. I think that's the issue. He's got to lift it. I think in his fifth round, he's got a minute remaining in the fourth, but there wasn't too much in rounds 1 and 2. I think rounds 3 and 4 are Asadullaev rounds. So absolute best case scenario is 2 apiece. I would say it's probably not. He's probably 3-1, could be 4-0 down here. But he's got to change the momentum here, Khugaev. He has to, or this is going to slip away from him. Looking for the uppercut again there, Asadullaev, which then fires that left hand through off the back of it. Another tidy round there for Asadullaev. So into the second half of this one, and as I was saying in that previous round, I feel like the fighter in white needs to inject some pace into this and really try and change things, because the momentum in the last couple of rounds certainly has been against him, and he can't just continue to fight the way that he has been, or Asadullaev I think will find it relatively comfortable. It'll mean that he's got to take some risks and maybe leave himself a bit more open than he would like to, but if he's going to win this fight, then that's something he's just going to have to be prepared to do. And again, Asadullaev with just a greater volume, a greater variety.
Step back.
He's not looked like he sustained any damage from any of these. Khugaev, that was a good shot. Straight left hand lead almost there from Asadullaev, and then just stepped off to his right hand side, a shot to nothing almost. He's not looked in any trouble, Khugaev, but the problem is that he's just getting caught again and again. Crunching left hand came through there, followed by right hand, and then Asadullaev moves. He's always keeping his man turning and moving and just never staying still in front of him. And that's what Khugaev needs him to do. He needs Asadullaev to set his feet and stay still. And if he's got any sense, he's not going to do that. There's always the danger if a fighter gets into what they feel is a relatively comfortable lead. They feel like they need to try and put a flourish on things and hold their feet a bit longer. You can see things go wrong sometimes. Somebody's doing exactly what they need to do to win the fight, but they just need to keep doing it. And as it's often described, they get a bit greedy and then disaster strikes. But that really is what Khugaev needs Asadullaev to do here, is abandon what is working for him currently. And there's no real sign of that.
Секунданты за ринг. Шестой раунд.
So into the sixth, and it's Asadullaev who won the first encounter between these two in Ufa last April, who at the moment is on his way to winning their second one. He's in the black. Khugaev is in the white. Asadullaev from Andijan in Uzbekistan, 2024 Asian Continental Champion. Khugaev from Vladikavkaz of Russia in the white, a Russian champion, a two-weight Eurasian Boxing Parliament champion. The only defeat of his career coming against Asadullaev, so that's why he's so keen to try and avenge it, but it's not heading that way currently. There is still time left. And that's a good example of why it isn't, because he throws a combination, finishes on the left hand to the body, turns around that front foot, and all of a sudden he's behind Khugaev. Again, good use of the feet there from Asadullaev. Gets that jab off. Good 1-2. Finishes on the right hand. And there's just not too much that Khugaev seems to be able to do about this, because it's not like he's taking loads out of the gas tank here of Asadullaev. He's trying to bring that front foot pressure, but it's Asadullaev who's dictating terms here. He's setting the tempo. He's boxing at the pace he wants to box at. He's punching when he wants to punch. So if Khugaev's game plan is that if you just keep bringing the pressure, his tank will run empty, then That's not going to happen. Or at least it would be very surprising if it did, because he's not making him uncomfortable really here, Khugaev. Bit of damage around that left eye, I think, there for the Russian. Into the closing stages around 6. And this will be another round banked by Khavasbek, Asadullaev. The advice from the team in that Asadullaev corner, I think, is very straightforward. Just keep doing exactly what you're doing. Don't hold your feet. Don't get greedy. Just keep doing this. You're winning the fight. For Khugaev, we didn't see too much of the corner, but they need to be lighting a fire underneath him, really, and telling him you need a knockout. You've got to go for broke in this final couple of rounds because you're losing this fight. And Asadullaev just continues to pivot around that front foot, sets down on that 1-2, but he doesn't stay still for long. He just works around that front foot, throws a couple of punches, moves off. And some of that sloppiness we saw in the first couple of rounds, I would say, he's cut that out. Again, there's that turn around the front foot from Asadullaev, and what that has meant is that he's never been able to get himself set to punch, really. Khugaev, he just kind of pours out with a jab a little bit there. And he's just been too pedestrian, too one-paced. And at times, really, Asadullaev has been able to treat this like a sparring session. He's not doing exactly as he pleases here. But what he's doing is working, and he's maintaining that discipline. The closing stage is around 7. And he's 3 minutes away here, Asadullaev, from another win to add to the one he got against Khugaev in Ufa last April, and finishes around there with a nice crunching right hand into the jaw.
Секунданты за ринг. Финальный 8-й раунд.
So the 8th and final round, and these two invited by the referee to touch gloves, which is exactly what they do, and Asadullaev just needs to avoid getting knocked out here. And he's got the win. And Khugaev has just got to pursue him in this final round. I've been saying it for a while now, and it's easy to say. I think he'd be a bit concerned that if he did that, he would leave himself a bit too open, and he's probably right. But if he wants to win the fight, then that's what he has to do, because I would say at the absolute best, he is 5-2 down. And that is the best of best case scenarios. He could be 7-0 down. And just getting on his bike a little bit here, Asadullaev, and playing to the crowd slightly. Khugaev with a grin on his face, almost just asking exactly what's going on. But Asadullaev can choose to do this any number of ways in this 8th and final round. The only risky way is to stop moving those feet. So if I were in the corner, I would be happy enough to see him flying around the outside of the ring. Good hand speed there, nice variety. And then the left hand gets through, and that's what he's got in his locket. He'll vary up the weight of punch. He's just got an arsenal, really, that Khugaev doesn't have. He's methodical, the Russian. He's stuck to his task here, but by comparison to Asadullaev, he is, as I've been saying, he is quite pedestrian, really. It sounds quite harsh, but it's just true. So closing stages, and he's letting his hands go now, really. Khugaev, or trying to, a bit of showboating here from Asadullaev. The referee didn't take too kindly to it. He sneaks a right hand in there, right on the bell, Khugaev, but that's a comfortable win. It's another win for Khavasbek. Asadullaev, credit to Khugaev for wanting to go back in there with him to try and get the win after losing their initial encounter. But that is a comfortable win for the man from Uzbekistan.
Дамы и господа, для награждения в ринг приглашается амбассадор IBA Erali Boykobilov. Итак, дамы и господа, в этом бою после 8 напряженных раундов единогласным решением судей победу по очкам одержал боксер из черного угла Khavasbek Asadullaev, Uzbekistan.
So Asadullaev gets it by unanimous decision, and it won't have been a particularly difficult fight to score. I'd imagine the margins would have been pretty wide on the 3 scorecards. He was a very worthy winner. And we've got 2 more fights to come, both in the heavyweight division. A chance for people to get a look at David Surov if they've never seen him before. Terrific fighter. Gold medalist from the World Championships, the IBA World Championships in Dubai in December. That's a 6-rounder up next. He takes on Luis Alfredo, Alcantara, Guerrero, and then the main event, Murad Khalidov up against Cuba's Jose Larduet.
Дамы и господа, пока мы ожидаем начала следующего поединка, давайте поприветствуем настоящих легенд бокса и спорта, которые находятся сегодня здесь, в этом зале. Назову тех, кого вижу. Дамы и господа, прошу ваши аплодисменты для олимпийского чемпиона по боксу Рахима Чехкиева. Также с нами в зале сегодня чемпион Европы, чемпион мира, олимпийский чемпион Евгений Тищенко. И рядом с ним чемпион Европы и мира и двукратный олимпийский чемпион Алексей Тищенко. Также, дамы и господа, приветствуйте в нашем зале чемпион мира по боксу, финалист Олимпийских игр, экс-чемпион мира среди профессионалов в тяжелом весе Султан Ибрагимов. Также приветствуйте чемпиона мира, финалиста Олимпийских игр и олимпийского чемпиона Гайдарбек Гайдарбеков. Дамы и господа, с нами сегодня экс-чемпион мира в первом тяжелом весе по версиям WBA и IBF Денис Лебедев. Прошу, приветствуйте устрашающий нокаутер, русская кувалда Дмитрий Кудряшов. Дамы и господа, чемпион мира, финалист Олимпийских игр Нурмагомед Шанавазов. Мы еще продолжим, а сейчас, дамы и господа, мы представляем вашему вниманию 6-й поединок нашего вечера. 6-раундовый бой в тяжелом весе. И первым приветствуйте на пути в черный угол ринга боксер, представляющий Доминиканскую республику, Луис Алькантара Guerrero.
So here he comes, Luis Alcantara Guerrero. Great record, 11 fights, 11 wins, 10 knockouts, limited opposition you would have to say. But he has been selected with that record in mind and with the idea in mind that he will come and give this a real go, which I'm sure he will, coming to us from Santo Domingo in the Dominican Republic.
А сейчас добро пожаловать в золотой угол ринга. Его соперник из Анапы, Россия, Давид Суров.
There is a big future ahead of David Surov, just 21 years old. He was only 20 when he won his gold medal at the IBA Men's World Championships in Dubai in December, stopping Arman Makhanov in the final. And he's a fighter who there is every reason to be excited about, and they're getting him starting this IBA.PRO journey early, which is the sensible thing to do.
Итак, дамы и господа, Нас ожидают 6 раундов бокса в тяжелом весе. В ринге по-настоящему большие парни, во время боя которых мы традиционно рекомендуем вам не моргать, а то пропустите все самое интересное. Представляю соперников и первым боксера в черном углу. Ему 30 лет, рост 188 сантиметров, вес 96,7 килограмма. Он не знает поражений с рекордом 11 боев, 11 побед, 10 ярких побед нокаутом. Дамы и господа, дамас и caballeros, representando a Santo Domingo, República Dominicana, Luis Alfredo Alcantara Guerrero. Его сопернику напротив, в золотом углу, 21 год. Его рост 190 сантиметров, официальный вес 104,4 килограмма. Сегодня он завершает один из самых ожидаемых профессиональных дебютов 2026 года. Мастер спорта международного класса, обладатель Кубка России, двукратный чемпион России. В декабре прошлого года в Дубае он стал чемпионом мира в тяжелом весе. Дамы и господа, из Анапы, Россия, представляющий Торпедо Москва, Давид Суров!
And there's some expectation around Surov, which is completely understandable. He's got a bit of weight over his opponent here as well, about 7-8 kilos, which is pretty much 20 pounds. He's thick set, but he moves well for a man his size. So we'll see what we get from Guerrero here. This could be a little bit of a shock for him, but he's taken the fight. Credit to him for that. As I said, he's got a really good record. But he has not been in with anybody like this. So there goes the first belt. Surov in the white, Guerrero in the black. Right hand gets through there from Surov early on.
No holding, no holding. David, no holding. Stand back, stand back.
Just keeping that front foot pressure on here, Surov. Hasn't thrown too much just yet, but you can see that Guerrero is expecting it any second. Little feint, tiny feint with the front foot there from Surov.
Stand back, stand back. Box.
Goes with a jab down to the body there, Surov. Again, just a jab to the body from Surov. He's taking his time here. Again, just that little dip in and out with the feet. He launched a big overhand right there. Guerrero didn't land. You get the feeling that Guerrero's expending a good bit of nervous energy here because Surov is... he's twitching. He looks like he's about to launch any second and he hasn't quite done it yet. But he's completely occupying his opponent despite the fact that he's not really doing a lot.
Lois, no holding.
No holding, Luis, no holding. Low. Stop! Step back. Luis, no holding. Box.
Lets his hands go a little bit here, Surov. And I think he might have got through to Guerrero there, who's in trouble here. Surov just looking to get off with the combination. He's still got a few seconds left in the round. He looks a little bit loose here, Guerrero. He needs the bell here, really. And there he goes, and down he goes right at the very end of the round. And I think this could be it. He's going to get counted out here. And he was taking his time, David Surov, and he knows that this is over. He got hurt with a previous combination, then got caught right on the bell. And he's not quite out cold, but not far off it. You could see by the way that he was stretched out there that he was never going to get up. The referee didn't really need the count, to be brutally honest. And it'll be interesting to get another look at that. I didn't see exactly what punch it was that did the damage, that saw him drop to the canvas. He'd been hurt, he was open and he'd been hurt. And Surov kept on punching right up until the bell. Well, that was impressive from Surov. As I said, with Guerrero, the 11 wins, 10 by knockout. You couldn't read much into that because the opposition was very, very limited. But Surov has taken care of business there. He didn't throw all that much in the first 2 minutes 40 seconds, but he kept his opponent fully occupied. And there's that right hand high on the head. I think that was the one that really got him going. There's another right hand there in the centre, and it looked like he might be able to somehow get through this, Guerrero. But right towards the end here, there's a right hand round in to the side of the head, I think. That might have been the finisher, or that right hand from underneath, a kind of uppercut screw shot. And down he went, and his eyes were rolling into the back of his head almost. It was one of those kinds of finishes, and although he was conscious, the signals firing from the brain to the body were just not getting through at all. And that is a knockout win. Exactly what you want if you're a big heavyweight on your professional debut, in front of a pretty good crowd here as well. January's not the easiest month for boxing shows, but it's a good sized venue and it's fairly full. Well, I'm glad to say he's back up on his feet. They'll need to keep an eye on him tonight. As I was saying, we hadn't had any stoppages. It took us a while to get our first one tonight, but I guess no great surprise that that contest didn't manage to go the distance. There was a big gulf in quality and class between these two, and it's good matchmaking, to be honest, because you bring somebody in with a reputation that Surov has got, and you want him to get a good finish, a spectacular finish in his first fight. It's a good way to start. After that, you can then look to get him the rounds against the different styles and put him through those kinds of paces and tests that he needs. But for any heavyweight making a debut off the back of a big amateur success, that really is what you want. not entirely sure what the delay is here. I think they're waiting for Guerrero to get completely ungloved, but they may as well just call the two of them to the centre and get the announcement made.
Итак, дамы и господа, рефери Сергей Журкин остановил поединок на отметке 3 минуты ровно. Таким образом, на последней секунде стартового раунда победу нокаутом одержал и вновь заявил о себе как о новой надежде российского тяжелого веса из Анапы, Россия, Давид Суров!
David Surov, as it says in the caption, their winner by KO, and that's what they would have wanted for that professional debut. And it was that right hand, I think, that really got everything going. And it was just a matter then of could he survive until the end of the round. Got hit with another big right hand there. And then I think there's one on the inside. Not that. I think it was just that right hand. It didn't look like there was loads on it, but there was enough. He was already in a weakened state, and down he went, just fully stretched out. It was that one there, I think, was the final one. He was maybe on his way down before that, but the journey is underway for David Surov in the pro ranks. And now we have our top of the bill to come. Murad Khalidov against Jose Larduet. It is a good match. It should be a very entertaining fight.
Дамы и господа, специально и только для вас Сия! Итак, дамы и господа, мы приветствуем вас на трибунах Международного центра бокса в Москве, где компания IBA Challenger, промоутер Алсиеста, при масштабной поддержке Международной ассоциации бокса и лично президента IBA Умара Кремлева, а также при поддержке ведущего автодилера России Рольф, представляют вашему вниманию главное событие вечера бокса BetBoom IBA.PRO 14. Нас ожидают 10 раундов бокса за титул чемпиона Европы IBA в тяжелом весе. И первым добро пожаловать в черный угол ринга претендент представляющий Республику Куба, дамы и господа, вот он, Хосе Larduet!
So here comes Jose Larduet. This is our top of the bill, and it's a really enticing heavyweight matchup, this. Jose Larduet with an absolute ton of elite international amateur experience for Cuba. He was a world youth champion all the way back in 2008, a senior bronze medalist the year after, an Olympian in 2012 where he reached the quarterfinals, a Pan American Games gold medalist in 2017. By that point he was up at super heavyweight. He boxed a lot in WSB, turned pro in Germany back in 2019, and he's had 17 fights, but just not an awful lot has happened for him. He's had a no contest to add to those 15 wins and 1 defeat. He needs this. He needs a big win.
Господа, приветствуйте его соперник из Москвы, Россия, Murad Khalidov.
Murad Khalidov is one of these fighters who is rapidly, if he wasn't already, becoming a kind of cult hero. He's somebody who just seems to have been bred for fighting, a bare knuckle background. He's now 11 fights and 11 wins in the pros, and his last fight was a tremendous win in a back and forth barnstormer against Sergey Kuzmin. He won that in the 7th round by stoppage in St. Petersburg last October. Neither of these two is planning for a distance fight here. I think it's fair to say there's been some entertaining words between them during the course of the week. Khalidov making a bit of fun of Larduet's weight, but people have been doing that for a long time. He's one of these people, Larduet, who, yes, he could be in better condition, but the man knows how to fight. He is fit to fight.
Итак, дамы и господа, это главное событие вечера. 10 раундов за титул чемпиона Европы по версии IBA. Прошу приветствуйте в ринге промоутер турнира Ал Сиеста. Бой санкционирован Международной ассоциацией бокса. Супервайзер IBA Максим Чертыковцев, Молдова. Рефери в ринге из России Сергей Литунов. Итак, дамы и господа, нас ожидает яркое зрелище. И если вы готовы, то мы готовы! Для обоих участников боя звучат национальные гимны их стран. И первым звучит государственный гимн Республики Куба. Дамы и господа, звучит государственный гимн Российской Федерации. Итак, дамы и господа, представляю соперников и первым боксера в черном углу. Ему 35 лет, рост 194 сантиметра, официальный вес 129,7 килограмма. Он участник Олимпийских игр в Лондоне, бронзовый призер чемпионата мира среди любителей, победитель чемпионата Панамерики, чемпион игр Центральной Америки, среди профессионалов бывший чемпион по версии WBC International Silver, чемпион Латинской Америки, WBC Latino в тяжелом весе, боксер, который провел 16 боев, одержал 15 побед при всего одном поражении, 13 ярких побед нокаутом. Дамы и господа, представляющий Республику Куба, representando a Santiago de Cuba, José Larduet. Его сопернику напротив, в золотом углу, 37 лет. Рост 188 сантиметров, официальный вес 111,4 килограмма. Он получил широкую известность как устрашающий кулачный боец, а его профессиональный рекорд безупречен. 11 боев, 11 побед, 6 из них нокаутом. Дамы и господа, из Москвы, Россия, по прозвищу чемпион Murad Khalidov. И рефери боя Сергей Летунов с предматчевым инструктажем.
So these two called to the center.
Gentlemen, follow the rules, соблюдайте правила, protect yourself all the time. Все время защищайте себя. Touch gloves. Good luck.
An 18-kilo difference between them. That translates to almost exactly 4 stone. 3 stone, I beg your pardon. And you look at the shape that Larduet is in, and it's pretty good. I've seen him a lot more fleshy than this. So there goes the opening bell. They're scheduled for 10, and it's Khalidov in the white, Larduet in the black. Good use of the left hand early on here from Khalidov. And he will look to get into range and then just rip with those hooks. Nice left hand to the body there. And he hits hard with pretty much everything he throws. As I said, this pro career for Larduet, it's been an interesting one. 15 wins, 1 defeat, 1 no contest. He hasn't really boxed anyone. He won the WBC International Silver back in 2022. The defeat came in late 2024 by split decision against a 9-1 fighter. It quite simply wasn't supposed to happen. And he hasn't really at any point got that wind in his sails that he's needed. And allied to that, the scene in Germany is a lot more dormant now than it's been for quite a long time. Just getting his feet slightly closer there, Larduet, and looking to try and work to the body. Left hand there from Khalidov. I think just made more of a glancing blow. He's letting go with some real intent in this opening round here, Khalidov. He sits down on that right hand. It's to put quite a lot into this first 3 minutes, I would say, the Russian. Larduet yet to really get going. Khalidov's been the busier of the two in this first round, and that's probably going to be enough to take that opener for him. Larduet, though, just landing a couple towards the very end there.
Секунданты за ринг. Seconds out. Второй раунд.
So into the second, Khalidov again there, just rattling those punches off to the body. Larduet trying to repay him in kind, and Larduet just looking to go with him more in this second round. Lands a right hand up to the head there, the big Cuban, and this just starting to catch fire. Nice uppercut on the inside there from Larduet as well, who's just setting his feet now and looking to let his hands go. See if he can make a dent here in Khalidov. Interesting start to the round from the Cuban. Khalidov with a left hand. These two just standing in front of each other and just bashing each other at the moment. To southpaw here, Khalidov looks for that uppercut. Lead right uppercut was a good shot. Right hand counter comes in there from Larduet. And there's some heavy artillery being thrown here. Lovely uppercut there from Khalidov. Dressed it up nicely, a little tippy tap, and then crunched it through. Larduet looking to try and get the right hand away again. Just eats up another right as he comes forward. And this is already turning into a terrific fight midway through round two, and this has been a grueling, torrid round already, this second. Referee just warning Larduet about a low blow there. He's given Khalidov some time, although he's not going to take it. And this is exactly the kind of fight that we were hoping for, that we expected. Looking for the short overhand right there. Larduet didn't quite manage to land it. These two just tangling as we head into the final minute of the round. Going southpaw again here. Khalidov was out of the southpaw stance and he landed that right uppercut. Larduet goes underneath with a heavy right to the body. Big heavy right hand there, half blocked by the glove of Khalidov, but Larduet, when he puts out 130 kilos behind his shots, well, you know about it. Good left hand there from Khalidov. Really strong, crunching southpaw left. Closing stages of round two, and that was a torrid round, a hard round for the pair of them. They just stood in front of each other and let their hands go, which is what we thought we would get from the pair of them, and it didn't take them long to get down to business. Big shots landing from the pair of them, mostly headshots. There's that uppercut. That was a really well delivered punch. That straight left hand, I think Khalidov had the better of it, but I think that's going to have taken a chunk off both of them.
Секунданты за ринг.
Left hand into the body there from Larduet to kick the round off, and as soon as the referee just gave the instruction to box, as soon as the bell went, they just looked to launch left hands into each other. Just short with the uppercut there, Larduet. Before that, Khalidov had landed his own. Right hand there from Larduet, but Khalidov took it well. Trying to get off with that cuffing right hand there, the Cuban, but it's the Russian who's been the busier of the two so far. He's been the more accurate of the two as well. Good right hand there from Khalidov. And is Larduet hoping that he can just keep walking his man down, take what he's given, and really bring his extra size to bear in the second half of the fight, or as we go down the stretch here, that he will get to Khalidov. But he needs to get close enough to him to wrap him up, to lean on him, to sap him, to do all those kinds of things. And at the minute, Khalidov is doing a good job of just maintaining that gap between them and catching him as he comes forward. Into the final minutes of round 3. Larduet just looking to try and target the body there. Good left hand there from Larduet. Just held his feet slightly, Khalidov, after he'd thrown his own left. Good uppercut there from Khalidov. Really dug his toes in on that one, but Larduet took it well. And just getting that right hand off a little bit now. Larduet throws it from quite low. And again there, it doesn't have to land absolutely clean. It has an impact. Right hand there from Khalidov, gets through, but Larduet just rumbling forward towards the end of the round here. Could this be a little bit of a shift in momentum maybe? But Khalidov gets on that front foot to finish the round off, but just towards the end there, Larduet maybe just beginning to get through slightly. And when you get that full momentum, when you're a man that size, punching him off is going to be a difficult thing to do. I've got Khalidov in a lead here through 3 rounds, but he's going to have to keep working ferociously hard because Larduet is making him work hard here. Probably 3 rounds up, I would say, here, Murad Khalidov.
Секунданты за ринг. 4-й раунд.
Left hand into the body there from Khalidov to kick things off in round 4, the schedule for 10, and again there. And Larduet just telling the referee to tell Khalidov to keep his punches up. I don't think there was anything wrong with the 2 left hands that he landed, but he was taking his eye off the ball a little bit there, Larduet. It's never a good sign. Left hand there from Khalidov again. And I think he just senses that maybe Larduet's getting slightly despondent, things aren't going his way. It's always a good sign for a fighter when their opponent complains to the referee. There's that left to the body again there from Khalidov. Good jab, just snakes through the guard. Larduet just steps in, looks for that right uppercut. Khalidov though with a right uppercut back, and Larduet has got to do a bit more here, I think. The left hand there landed from the Cuban, but it was off the back of a combination from the Russian, and he is the one who is having the say in these arguments at the minute. He's having the final word. He's coming out on the winning side of it. Larduet cannot box a kind of fight where he's just expecting that Khalidov will slow down. He's bringing some pressure, but he's going to need to bring a bit more. That was low, the right hand there. You could see the belt line ripple. And where that belt line is, the top of the belt is just sitting below the belly button, which is where it should be. So anything below the top of the belt there, that's a foul, and the referee will call it. And again, he just sets his feet and lets that right hand go there, Khalidov. Good left hand there from Larduet, just knocked Khalidov off balance as he came in. But again, this is another round that the Russian has dominated here. The schedule for 10, so Larduet has got plenty of time here, but the longer the fight goes on like this, the more he's going to be searching for that stoppage and need that stoppage, and he's rocked back onto his heels there again. And trudges back to his corner.
Дамы и господа, приветствуйте в нашем зале чемпион мира среди профессионалов, генеральный секретарь Федерации бокса России Александр Беспутин.
So into the fifth, and this has gone well so far for Murad Khalidov. He's been good and busy, he's been good and accurate. When he's been hit with by Larduet, he's been able to take. And I just wonder if the Cuban is becoming a little bit demoralised. He needs some success here. He needs something to give him some encouragement, because not much has happened so far to light that flame in him. There's always a possibility, of course, in the heavyweight division, that you land something big and either you win the fight, you turn it around in an instant, or it just lifts you. It lets you know that you can hurt your opponent and gets you right back in the fight, and he needs that, Larduet. He needs that. He needs a really good round here. Again, good use of that right hand. Down to the body and then just whips it straight up the middle. Lands the uppercut. You see the head just rock back there of Larduet. Turn southpaw there briefly. Khalidov, that's worked for him, that switching of stance so far tonight. He looks a very well drilled fighter. Compact. Doesn't really waste too much energy. Everything's thrown from within the framework of his own body. And he punches hard. I said earlier on, everything he throws is thrown with intent, but there's no great load up or wind up to it. They're quite short shots most of the time. And again, this is another round that he's winning here. Left to the body. A bit of damage, I think, around the right eye there of Larduet as he comes lumbering forward. Just hit on the way in a couple of times with the left hook, and Larduet looks like he could be in a bit of trouble there for a second. He was trying to get his own attack mounted. He walked onto a double left hook, rocked back onto his heels, and he's been found with more regularity here by Khalidov, who's having another good round here. This is probably the best round of the fight so far for him because he's putting a dent in his man now. You can see that. Closing stages of the round, and again it's been a comprehensive round win here for Khalidov, and more than that, I think he's taken a good chunk off Larduet there. And the way this is going, you wonder, can Khalidov get Larduet out of there in the second half of the fight? You'd say the chances are good, because there may come a point where there just isn't enough belief in him, there isn't enough motivation in him, and that there isn't enough coming back, or maybe the corner will make the decision in between rounds at some stage that he's in the position where he really just cannot win. In heavyweight boxing, that isn't something that you like to admit, because one punch can turn it around, but I would say he's 5 rounds down here.
Секундантный за ринг. 6-й раунд.
Box!
But you can see that damage has been done there to Khalidov. Into the 6th, into the second half of the fight, and this second half of the fight has got to be Larduet's if he's going to turn this around. Good left to the body there from the Cuban. But when they tangle in the centre of the ring there, it's Khalidov who ties him up and just walks him back slightly, and with the weight that he's got, with the size of the ears, he's the one who needs to be getting on top of Khalidov, but it's just not happened at any point, not yet anyway. Good combination there again from Khalidov. Good uppercut there from Larduet. Left to the body again there from Khalidov. And there's no real sign here of Khalidov wilting. Good right hand there from Larduet. That got him round the back of the guard. Referee just having a quick word with Larduet about holding and hitting. Again, both just trying to lead off with left uppercuts there, and it was Khalidov who got there first into the final 30 seconds of round 6, and again he's just keeping those hands nice and busy there. Khalidov. Larduet was in a position to try and get off, but he just couldn't do it. The left uppercut again there from Khalidov. Right hand there from Larduet, round the back of the guard again. And if he can land a few more of them, then you just never know, because we saw Khalidov in between rounds and you can see him sucking the air in there as he goes back to the corner. There's an awful lot that can still happen yet, but he's got a healthy lead here, the Russian. But 12 minutes in the heavyweight division is a very, very long time, and that's what we've got remaining. He has to keep believing here, Jose Larduet, that he's going to get something done here, that he's going to get through to Khalidov. And if it starts to happen, he will feel it. He will feel it before we see it. Good left hand there from Larduet. Fighters have this alluring instinct for when their opponents are just beginning to lose a little bit of strength or snap. He's just got to punch more, Larduet, though. It sounds very, very basic, but he has to. He pushed his man off there and then needed to follow it up with a combination, because that's exactly what Khalidov has done. Big right hand over the top there. He just managed to ride it slightly there, Larduet, I think.
Stop! Stop! Box! Break! Break! Break!
Good jabs to the body there from Khalidov. Just dipped those knees, dropped his height, and that's good work from him. He's in really good condition. And he knew that he would need to be, because he's in with somebody here who is most likely going to be able to absorb what he's going to land on him and just keep trying to roll forward for the entire 30 minutes. Left hand into the body there from Khalidov. And again, more good work on the inside, and then turns his man on the ropes. Uppercut, the right uppercut there off the back of the left hand, which I think was a bit low. It banged into the hip there of Larduet, but it was on the blind side of the referee. And both of these two have just managed to soak up what the other has had to give them, and that's been some pretty solid, heavy stuff at times. Right from that second round onwards. The first round was pretty lively, but things got more serious in that second, and they've stayed that way since. So another round in the books, and Khalidov is still doing enough, and we're in that territory now where Larduet is going to need a knockout or multiple knockdowns.
Секунданты за ринг. 8-й раунд.
So into the 8th. And again, Khalidov just lets those hands go, turns around that front foot. And what he's done well is he's kept Larduet turning as much as he's needed to. You would never accuse Khalidov of getting up on his toes, but he plants those feet, he throws those shots like that big booming uppercut there that snapped the head back. But then he will just move just enough, he'll step off. Make sure he doesn't stay in exactly the same place for too long. And again, there's that uppercut, good combination. The right hand just clatters into the underside of the chin of Larduet there, and you see the head just jerk up. And it's a real soul destroyer, that punch, fighters always tell you. Getting hit with an uppercut, because by definition you just don't see it. The angle it comes from, you can't see it. And again there, Khalidov, what he doesn't want to do, as I described in the previous fight, is get greedy here. What he's doing is working 100%. He doesn't need to be any more expansive than this, because he's got it in the tank here to do this for another 7 minutes and 15 seconds. And that will see him win the fight and win it on the cards by a wide margin. The only way this can go wrong for him now is if he walks onto one. Bit of blood coming from the corner of the right eye there of Larduet. We saw that in the clinch just a few moments ago. It looks like it's running relatively clear of the eye, so I don't think it's going to be any kind of a problem. Southpaw right at the end of the round just lands that sneaky jab before the bell goes, and there sounds the bell at the end of the 8th round. They're scheduled for 10, remember, and it's been a very entertaining watch right from the start. It's been a brutal kind of fight, but a lot of technique, a lot of ability shared by these two as well, and that uppercut has worked so well for Khalidov. Larduet just lands one there, but he's taken everything that the Cuban has landed. Neither one of these two has looked like they're going to come apart at any point. There was a moment earlier in the fight where he landed a combination, Khalidov, and Larduet was rocked back, and just for a few seconds there it looked like he was fairly open, and one more really solid punch could have done some serious damage. But other than that, they soaked it up, and there has been some heavy artillery launched and landed. So 6 minutes to go here. It's been a good card tonight, an entertaining card, and this main event has delivered in the way that we thought it would. Larduet has just hung in there. He's just sticking to the task, still believing that he can land something and turn this around, because he hasn't had too much encouragement, and of the two, he's the one who's been landed on most.
Box.
That's a good example of the combination, and then he just steps off to the side, Khalidov. Right hand there from Larduet down the middle just caused Khalidov to give a bit of ground. And he must know that he's a mile ahead on the cards here, because I can't see a round that Larduet has won. I think he's won every round here, Murad Khalidov. It's been competitive, absolutely. But of those individual 3-minute battles, and that's how the judges view it, individual 3-minute fights, I think he's won every single one. And just taking the opportunity there to go for a little bit of a walk, and this is sensible. He doesn't need a grandstand finish here. Good left hand again there from Khalidov. And I did wonder earlier in the fight if Larduet might start to feel sorry for himself. He's never really done it, which is commendable, because he's had, I wouldn't say he's had no success. He has had success at times, but not enough to really make him believe, I think, that this was going to turn, that he was going to be able to get back into this. There was no real light that appeared at the end of the tunnel. He's just been thinking in terms of that one big shot, I think, for a while now. That's not really what he's about. He's more of a volume puncher, but just hoping, I think, that a combination would get through, that he would hurt Khalidov, or that Khalidov would just hit the wall, because it happens, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen to the Russian. It really doesn't. 1 round to go here on IBA.PRO 14. And they'll be telling Khalidov just 3 more minutes. 3 more minutes and we're there.
Секунданты за ринг. Дамы и господа, финальный 10-й раунд.
So a touch of gloves and away they go again, and this has been a very, very enjoyable fight to watch. In terms of the scores, if it stays the way that it has been, it's going to be one-sided, it's going to be wide to Khalidov. But Larduet has put plenty into this. Left hand again there from Khalidov. He's been excellent tonight. As I said, well organised, compact. He has given very little away. And pressure-wise, conditioning-wise, he is on you right from the start. He doesn't give you a moment's peace. Defensively, he's pretty sound. Left hand into the body there from Khalidov. And the sheer resilience and temperament is where it needs to be, because this has been a hard fight, make no mistake about that. Good combination again there, and just took a little step back after it. He's just got to swing for the fences now, Jose Larduet. That's all he can do here. And the switching between stances has worked for him too. He's been effective out of both. And the finishing tape is well and truly in sight now. And just tying Larduet up, just walking him back to the ropes. Larduet doesn't have too much left himself here, to be honest. Right hand on the inside there from Khalidov into the final minute. Solid looking left hand landed there from Larduet, and he pursues it, gets through with a right and then another left, and just a glimmer there maybe for him. There goes the clapper, final few seconds. Larduet just trying to see if he can land that big bomb to turn this around in the most dramatic fashion, but he can't. But there goes the bell, and that is a very hard-earned win for Murad Khalidov. And they're congratulating Larduet in the Cuban corner there, but what I saw throughout the course of that fight was Khalidov just comprehensively outlanding his man all the way through. It's a brutal business, the heavyweights, it really, really is, and that was a good demonstration of exactly that. And a good main event to end an entertaining evening. And that's what's on offer, that European IBA.PRO belt. The two fighters just getting those gloves cut off before they're called to the centre, and our MC Alexander gives us the final decision from our three scoring judges at ringside. As we just quickly have a look at some highlights, and that right hand just ricocheting off the head there of Jose Larduet, and that right hand on the inside. They tell the story really. He was so accurate, so effective, and Larduet just pursuing him right towards the very end there, but it was just too little too late. And the Cuban got through with some good solid shots throughout the course of the 10 rounds, but he was outlanded by a significant margin.
Итак, дамы и господа, прежде чем прозвучит имя победителя, давайте поблагодарим этих невероятных воинов, которые подарили нам потрясающие 10 раундов. Итак, дамы и господа, после 10 раундов бокса большинством судейских голосов победу по очкам одержал и стал чемпионом Европы по версии IBA в тяжелом весе из Москвы, Россия, Murad Khalidov!
And Khalidov gets a decision. He looks a little bit more nervous standing in the centre there than I thought he might. I think he would have won that one by a wide enough margin. It was a very, very good fight, a competitive fight all the way through. But he was the better man, the more accurate, the better conditioned of the two, I would say. But it was thoroughly enjoyable to watch, right from the start, right through to the end. And he is a handful, Murad Khalidov, in this division. He really is. It'll be very interesting to see what Alcantara and the IBA can do with him next. But that's two big wins. Sergey Kuzmin and Jose Larduet at a certain level. But now you would want to see him step up to the level above that, to fringe world level, you would say, and to see what he can do, because he's not going to turn down fights, but at the same time they don't want to be careless with him, because he is an attraction. He's good to watch. And that concludes the action from IBA Pro 14. Hope you've enjoyed it. It's been a pleasure to call these fights in your company. I'll just leave you with these highlights. Thanks for joining us, and we hope you will come along again next time.
Куплю в Рольфе маме Мерс, папе Рейндж, брату Бимер. Транзакции филок прямо с пляжа в Эльнасиме. Летаю по миру, все-таки дома красиво. В моем ДНК славяне, в моем паспорте Россия. Мы катаемся с албом, блин, без ума и стиля. Я потрачу все, чтобы брата отпустили. Кто заказал периньон, золотая миля. Ты отдашь деньги району, чтобы тебя не убили. Посмотрите на малого, он жестко вырос. Посмотрите на малого, его не волнует кризис. Международный рейс, международный бизнес. Ща пошу